Go in there. All right, let's do this. My guest room. My guest room's private bathroom. Pretty sweet, huh? This would be my bathroom. I really only need one. And an additional bedroom with 2 single beds where I happen to sleep. And the beautiful kitchen. All right. Let's talk story. My grandmother's sister's painting. My outrigger canoe paddle. That thing has seen some stuff back in the day. All right. One of the 2 times I was on the cover of a newspaper. Maybe I'll go back to Madison, Wisconsin. Oh, you know what I can do? Watch this. It's like magic. It's like magic. Oh, yeah. Oh, let's see how close I can get this thing. Got the fan turned off. Probably get a little warm, but that's all right. Okay, let's see if we can get some symmetry here. There we go. Can I zoom? Oh, shoots, bro. Okie dokie, artichoke. Plug in some extra power. Turn on auxiliary extra lighting. All right. Still have no idea what I'm doing. This is just a cheap iPhone. However, I got big plans. I'm gonna take a class. I'm signed up. I got enrolled in a class, 2 classes, and one of them's interesting because it's like a writing class of some sort, social media writing class that's called Finding Your Voice. And at now, what is sometimes considered retirement age of 55, I sort of feel like I found my voice. But I realize if I'm gonna be smart, I gotta go in there just humble and wanting to go through whatever exercises they'll have us all go through in order to help us find our voice. And I'll probably find more of my voice and hopefully get an A. I want A's. And then the other class is Intro to Digital Photography. So that's exciting because I still haven't really tackled, nor have I learned how to edit anything. And that would be helpful. I have lots to learn still. And I gotta master the GoPro and the 360. But these cameras are pretty good on the phones, and you can directly upload them and go live from them easily. So I just have kept doing that. But eventually, I'm gonna work on getting better at making better quality videos, and I appreciate your patience. All right. Oh, I was just thinking of some funny stories. Yeah, if I go north enough, because I might go to Chicago. If I go north of there to Madison, maybe I could get a copy of the other time I was on the cover of a newspaper, which was kind of fun. 35 years ago in the summer of '92. Yeah, anyway, I'd love to get another car. It obviously burned up in the fire. It's with so many things. So I'm going to take a road trip pretty soon. My daughter has moved to the East Coast, and she really wants to see her dad. She really misses me. And it's kind of been heart-wrenching to move away from Maui, where she's born and raised. And now she lives alone in a place where she has no network of friends, and she's got school coming, but you know, I mean, I wanted to be comfortable there, but the fact that she wants to see her dad is exciting, and I just love that. And we talk every single day, which makes me feel really good, and she wants to talk, just makes me so happy. So I'm gonna drive across the United States to see her. Gas is so cheap. It's $90 per 1,000 miles. So like my last trip, it was that much, and the cost of the car was only $395 for that whole trip, all the way to Michigan and back. I feel like I'm getting my money's worth out of these cars. So I'm gonna rent another economy car out of, I'll look at the airports and see which has the best deal on car ticket combo. Been getting great deals. Thank you, Joe Biden. So I got a whole list. I'm starting to imagine a whole cool cross-country trip, which is gonna be a lot of miles, and I'm gonna rough it. I'm gonna try to spend as little money as possible, which means I'm gonna try to drive all the way to New Jersey without paying for any hotel rooms, just sleeping in my car. And I'm gonna try to go to Planet Fitnesses and hopefully have enough energy and stamina to exercise, but at the very least use their hot showers, right? Take long hot showers and clean myself. So that will be good. I failed to do that in the past, and this time I'm gonna focus on going to the gym along the way, and then hitting certain cities where they have freaking open mic comedy every night, and then maybe linger there for 18 hours or a whole day. You know, like Austin, Texas, or where Joe Rogan's place is. I'll try to go to his shit and see, you know, see where I can get on stage, because you never know. And Vegas, I might try to get on stage in Vegas, and then maybe in the Bay Area, or Sacramento. There's a place there I'm familiar with, and then work my way up to Jersey, and then on my way back, maybe try to hit. There's a couple places. I did once get 6 minutes on stage at the Laugh Factory in Chicago. I bribed the guy. I got 3 minutes, but I bribed him $25, bought me 3 more minutes, so I got 6 minutes. And if you go back at like 250, 300 videos, you might find that video. But it's the famous Laugh Factory. I mean, freaking Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, you know, were on that stage. So that was just cool to be there and to have 6 minutes where I crushed it. So, what else? And then cool places. I'm gonna do the extraterrestrial highway, go to the black mailbox. I'm gonna go through Durango and into the most beautiful place ever, Pagosa Springs, probably. Unless I dip further south right there. I may get greedy and start venturing south. But if I go to Pagosa Springs, then right after that, I'll start heading south to Austin. And it's just gonna be so many miles. I'm just gonna be eating, sleeping in my car, and driving. I'll probably do some rest stop reviews and water quality tests, and bring a filter so I can filter my own water no matter where I am, and have jugs so I can give myself. I'll be wearing board shorts so I can take a shower anywhere at any time. But it's gonna be a cool bench. And then so all the way back up to Jersey. Oh, try to go to the NFL Hall of Fame. Unless he retired, I know one of the top dogs there. He was number 2 guy. I don't know. Anyway, George Veras. We'll see if he's around. I met him here, and then I met him there. We met a few times. Really nice guy. He's given me his business card twice. Of course, it burned up in the fire. But that was one of those crazy things where I got lucky. I met him at the Ritz-Carlton here, and then a couple years later, I'm at the NFL Hall of Fame, and there he is, just right on the curb, right in front of me. Like, hey, George, remember me? And he's like, yeah, because he's a Browns fan, and I complimented Baker Mayfield and his Browns and whatnot. And so anyway, it'd be cool to go there and look him up, you know, and see if I get lucky and run into him. Maybe go live and see if I can, and then go, hey, George, mind if I keep filming? And then, you know, film a little impromptu conversation with one of the top dogs at the NFL Hall of Fame. That would be cool. Oh, and then right near there, I could go to the Gas Station Adventures, do another video there, a video about a place that does videos. And then Maple Motors, where all the hot rods are that I can afford someday, maybe, that I dream of having, even though I know it's not environmentally cool. I still want a 68 Camaro or a 73 Camaro or a 69 or 67. Or maybe there's a few other cars. A Ranchero or an El Camino would be cool to have, you know, like a truck bed that could be useful. But yeah, some kind of old cool car. Maybe a Chevelle. Gotta love a good Chevelle SS, etc. I got some, or an Impala. That'd be cool, because you know an Impala is gonna track, and demand will just be constant forever. Anyway, so I want to go to Maple Motors, maybe make a video of their lot, do a lot walk like they do, and be like, oh, I wish I could have this car, I wish I could have that car, and, ooh, look, this one's affordable. Because yeah, anyway, so there's that. And then when I get to my daughter, right, we could go to Washington D.C., but I don't think we're gonna. What I think we're gonna do, I'm gonna drive more. It's crazy. All the way up, go around New York, avoid all those tolls and bridges and everything, and then drive up to Maine. And I'm gonna show you guys Camden and Lincolnville. I mean, I've already done videos from there, but we'll do more and show it off even better, because it's so special. But then above that, Mount Bachelor? Yeah, Mount Bachelor, where the end of the Appalachian Trail is where my daughter, that's when I'm gonna buy a couple nights in a hotel. We'll be in Bangor or somewhere right north of there, and then we'll spend all day at this pond called Togue Pond, which is so special. It's like a 2-mile wide swimming pool. No kidding. It's the most, and it's like 5-6 feet deep. It's like glass. You know, you gotta hope that a moose isn't gonna come trample you, but it is just, anyway, it's right outside the gates to Mount Baxter State Park. So it's free parking all day. There's a barbecue pit, benches there, and my vision is for us to just go there and hang out. There's also a little shed where they rent, and other ponds near there, they rent canoes for $1 an hour on the honor system. So we're gonna rent canoes and paddle around in canoes and swim in the Togue Pond in Maine, in northern Maine, and that is gonna be so beautiful. And hopefully there'll be a connection. Maybe I can do live, you know, serene shit like here. But also I just make long videos and post them like I have in the past, and this time people will see them. I've made videos in the past in these places, and it was way back when no one was watching any of my videos, but I've been to this place before. It is just a dream for someone who wants to swim 2 miles in the cleanest water ever, or paddle around in it, or barbecue next to it. There's even little tiny sandy beaches, like little tiny ones. But anyway, So that is what we're gonna do together, and that's gonna be really good for her. You know, ability to like be at peace because you know, she's in New Jersey, and it's a little bit of a rat race there, and she's all alone, and so she'll have my company, and we'll be in the most peaceful environment ever. So we'll go spend like 3, 4, 5, 6 days on this trip, and then come back, and then drop her off and get back out on the road and head towards Chicago. Maybe I'll swing by my friend's house in Michigan. Say thanks again, and thanks again. She's so generous, and that'll be fun. And then Denver, and then because there's a really good comedy scene there, try to get on stage in Denver. There's like a, you know, an open mic night several nights a week in many of these places, and so that's good. Unlike, you know, most places. So, and then. What else do I want to... Maybe I'll do a video from 1 or 2 different brothels in Nevada, because that's interesting. You know, it's not very many... It's the only part of the United States where there's are legal brothels. And so that would be a video that would be informative and I think interest people because it's part of the fabric of our country. Gee whiz heck, I do love the United States of America. So now I've ridden a bicycle across the United States 3 times, right? 30 years plus ago. I've driven to Chicago and back like 5 times. I've driven across the United States and back twice. I've driven to Michigan now and back once recently, just last month, and so this will be. So I've been across the United States completely 7 times, and this will be 8th and 9th time, and so that'll be super fun. By the way, if you men out there who don't understand the benefits of being a Democrat, let me break it down for you. If you watch statistics, you might have seen that the majority of the people that vote Republican are men, and that is like whatever, 60%. And the number of women that vote Democrat is about 60% or more. And so if you're a man who votes for Democratic people, you are politically aligned with 60% of the female population. So your odds are just way better all the time. I mean, if for no other reason, which there are many and should be many reasons not to be a Republican. But one reason to be a Democrat is the odds of you getting laid is way better. And you being a mass shooter as well. Cheers. Oh, after reading all those texts of my ex-wife, I got one joke out of that where I think if I just want to summarize everything with regard to my ex-wife, it's a simple, quick joke. It's one of my quick jokes now, and that is it's one of my divorce jokes or whatever you want to call it, or ex-wife jokes. If you're wondering why I'm so, I can say it a couple ways, but if you're wondering why I'm so happy being single, all you gotta do is meet my ex-wife. Anyway, pardon me for being such a gregarious fella. So I just had a kick-ass little ocean swim. It was a little it's murky because there was some rain earlier, and it's at sunset. So I hugged the coast like a big scaredy cat, but I still got in the ocean, and that was really, really good. I have not been doing that, and I need to. And so, yeah, I finally broke the ice, and hopefully that'll become a habit real quick. But I'm gonna take off in a few days. I gotta buy a plane ticket pretty soon. I'm getting all my little things done. It's weird, after the town I lived in burned down, my brains were just scrambled. They were like an electrical wire that wasn't grounded. The ground wire was just skipping around. And now it's, starting to become a little more adhered to the ground. And I'm starting to get stuff done. Just got health insurance, and got my last trip, I got my birth certificate, and I got my social security card, and signed up for school, and getting my head together. So tempted to do 2 more classes and become a full-time student, because the world smiles on a full-time student. If you didn't know it, when you're a full-time student, you get there's a lot of perks to that. I think one of them is you don't pay any taxes, I don't think. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm slowly piecing it together, and comes together my life slowly. I need to start applying for jobs now. I'm gonna apply for got a couple casual jobs I want to get first and foremost, get my foot in the door in a couple spots if I can, and then take it from there. Get both my cars permitted for Lyft and Uber, so I can drive those. Fix a couple things on one of my cars, and thanks to YouTube, there's just videos. All I gotta do is send for a part and turn on a video. But it's just a couple. They're not like even engine parts. It's just a hood ornament and a thing for my thing. Anyway. So last time we talked, what was I thinking? I stopped drinking. A little kombucha though. It's a nice little substitute. And this is the stuff without the booze, that's the Costco stuff right there. After this, if I get hungry enough, I think we're just going right in the kitchen. So, yeah. I was watching a cooking video of just looking at the frying pan, and I'm just mesmerized by that. And I was like, man, I need to do more of that. So when we go in the kitchen, I'm just gonna put the camera right on the frying pan. So it's just like right there. And that is apparently all you need. It's all I need. I mean, if you love to eat, which we all love to eat, it's just fun to watch food cook. And then I watched a video of a guy in Oahu having some strawberry cheesecake, freaking French toast, and watching him eat it. And I was like, it didn't bother me, like watching somebody eat food. It was interesting to me, and I'm like, oh man, so I guess maybe I should eat food on camera, because that would be interesting, I guess. I don't know. I find it. You know how it is. When you find it interesting, odds are pretty good. A lot of other people will too. So, but shoot, I haven't been getting out much. Been staying home, but I'm safe when I'm home, and home is so lovely, and I'm such a good cook. And I got a pool to swim in and an ocean to swim in and paddle on, which I need to do more of. But yeah, I just been, I'll go out to shop at Costco and Target. Preferably avoid Walmart. All the beautiful women are at Target and Costco. If you didn't know. A lot more of them on average than at Walmart across the street. Which is kind of funny. and a little true. Um, what else? What else? What else? Oh, I want to go to some beautiful places. I'd like to go back to. I'd like to swim in Lake Tahoe. I used to work in Lake Tahoe, right on the lake. Served lunch at Jake's on the Lake in Tahoe City, the summer of '94, and then and in the seafood bar at night and the dining room that summer and the following summer and the 2 winters, and so I got some old friends up there, and I love Lake Tahoe, and it is one of the other most beautiful places in the world, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of them actually, but like this, it's the kind of place, you know, more than, it's funny, not too many people saw the video, but I was at the Salt Flats, the Bonneville Salt Flats. People were getting married there. It's just dirty salt. Like, they're proposing there. They're getting their picture taken there. Like, there's mountains, there's lakes, there's streams, there's ocean, there's sunset. There's so many places that are actually beautiful. You know, it's just a bed of dirty salt. It's like, but everyone's just so enamored and fascinated, and like, I just couldn't imagine valuing a bunch of dirty salt that much, but apparently people do. It's just a phenomenon. People are just enchanted with it. They just can't get enough of it. They go out for miles walking around on it. It's like, oh, anyway, go figure. Not where I would say you should, you know, get married or propose. My God, sneak into the Donner State Park at like 6:45 in the morning and get married there before you have to pay, before anybody shows up. You have a place to yourself, be the most beautiful wedding ever. Anyway, that's just down the road. But yeah, so that was interesting. Politics sure are interesting. The rage for Kamala. You know what I was thinking is kind of an interesting hidden little thing that's happening is like, if you ever watch Ari Melber, he's one of those white guys that's just, he knows every word to every rap song, right? I mean, he's just loves rap music and black culture, and he can, and it's a beautiful thing. And he's not alone. There's a lot of white guys and girls that love all that shit just the same as Ari does, right? And now suddenly it's cool. It's black cool to be a fan of Kamala, right? She's got freaking Beyonce bouncing behind her, and pretty soon Taylor Swift's gonna be saying some shit, and all the rappers and actors, and I mean, she's just getting all the support of the whole world, and she never had to go through all that shit that would have been a hassle, and been all the stuff the Republicans would have been using to attack her would have been the stuff the Democrats were using to attack her if they'd gone through that process. But thank God they didn't. So then the Republicans aren't smart enough to think of anything good other than just stupid insults. Just rude insults, racist insults, sexist insults. It is, yeah. Cheers. It's embarrassing for them. So yeah, you've ignited all these white guys. I mean, I love rap music myself, and I feel a little of that. But I think there's guys that feel it even more. You know, like they just love this, and it is just cool to be in the Kamala camp. You know, in general, and that is cool that she is cool. And so much younger and more intelligent, and so dangerous if he ever if he dare freaking debate her, especially with the mic turn off thing. They gotta make sure they got the mic turn off thingy. They turn his mic off as soon as his time's up, right? As long as we got that in there and no audience. Like, well, no, an audience actually would work in her favor in this case now. So, man, and then the record of Joe Biden, which is just so good, right? Even though they keep trying to say it isn't, it's phenomenal. It's like he's one of the best presidents in history. And especially now that he backed down, because he's a patriot, right? Doing the right thing for his country, right? A concept that you would just never find in the Republican Party. Like they have no morals, no ethics. It's so sad. They pretend to have any of that, and it's a joke, and everyone knows it's a joke. They just blatantly lie all the time. The funniest thing they ever say is, the American people, is what they think. No, that's what. No, they never ever. There's never ever been a time when Republicans represented the voice of the American people. Holy shit! But they keep saying that shit. What was that other joke I just thought of? I want to tell you guys. They come in, they trickle in slowly, Might be a 30-second joke. It takes a week to trickle in, but they just keep coming, and I'm starting to make these little colored cards. What's interesting is I have like 6 colors of 3x5 cards, and but I have like 15 categories. It appears that I have jokes of those different types, and so I'm trying to categorize them and color coordinate them. But listening to the contrast of when you're watching comedians talk about how they do their craft, like Kevin Hart does more like what I do, which is I just have a word and then I speak. But like Jerry Seinfeld, he writes every word exactly, and he chooses every word he says, and he works out every word he says to the exact word, and then he repeats that on stage, and he sits down and writes jokes because he's so clever all day till noon, and it's a job for him. And that's how Jerry Seinfeld does it, right? And then Kevin Hart just thinks of an idea. He riffs on some stuff on stage when he's practicing. His friends take notes. He's got friends that just take notes and then tell him what they think is good and what to expand on and stuff like that. It's an interesting process. But that's one of the fascinating aspects of comedy. You know what I want to interview comedians about? Like, and no one's ever done this, but if I could interview every comedian and ask them one question the same, just one. I'll ask them all other questions different, but I want to ask them all one. What is your chemistry set? Do you drink at all? Exactly how many drinks? Do you smoke any weed? How much weed do you smoke? Do you pop any pills? What drugs do you do or not do? Do you go sober? Do you drink coffee? What is do you snort cocaine? I'm sure there have been times, and perhaps still there are guys doing that shit. So I would love to know because I'm sure that professional comedians that have done it for a long time or who do it a lot have a system, and in some cases it might include drugs and alcohol, and if so, exactly how much? Do they have like a certain amount that they know is the right amount of whatever it is that they take? That is one of my curiosities, because I wonder what I should do before I get up there. I've tried screwing up. I once went to a place in Sacramento, and it took too long to get up there. And by the time I got up there, I'd had 4 shots of whiskey in like 45 minutes, and I couldn't even talk. And here's the thing. If you want to do comedy, it turns out you got to be able to talk. You have to be able to form words. So I'll never do that again. I could see drinking 1 beer, maybe 2, but that's it, right? So that's for instance. So that's one of my curiosities. But yeah, so I've been watching guys talk about how to technically write a joke, and It kills me. It kills me. Anyway, I have my own way of doing it. All my stuff is true. It's generally speaking, and it all has to do with some sort of observational reality. And what I realize is like the situational humor that happens in real life, which happens all the time in our community here in Hawaii. We're always joking with each other about everything all the time. And those situational humor situations are just describable later as stories, right? If you give the context, if you tell the backdrop, you can tell these stories. I think so. That's what I really because that's one of the weird things if you're trying to get into comedy is like, if you live in a world where you're really good at situational humor, which there's just lots of that in our country, everywhere you turn. Everyone's making a joke about what's happening right now. But those situations become stories, and they're an easy way to eat up the clock. If you watch comedians, you'll see guys who tell short jokes one after another, and they never really tell long stories, right? And it's to me, it seems much more laborious to use up the clock, right? If you're telling all 30-second jokes. Whereas like Norm Macdonald would just go on for 9 minutes with one punchline that hit you from the side of the face at the end and eat up the clock, or Kevin Hart, or any of these guys that tell stories, or Mulaney, what's his name? Anyway, that guy, he's pretty funny. And he told a story once that is worth remembering. He told a story about apparently he was educated about his own alcoholism at one point. Apparently the guy just goes off the rocker a lot. But he talked about his alcohol. Apparently when you black out, after that, the next time, it takes less alcohol to black out. And then the time after that, it takes less alcohol to black out. And, if you've seen his bit, he's like, yeah, eventually it was like, I blacked out after like 2 beers and couldn't remember anything. And so I learned something there, right? It stuck in my brain forever. And that's part of all of the various things that educated me as to that reality. There's a type of joke that I call a forever joke. And I have some that I think are of that style, the kind that might burrow into your brain and stay there forever and flourish and hopefully make you laugh later. But and then I got other examples. It's just like movies that have scenes that you never forget. They burrow into your head. If you're a good movie maker, your goal is to create scenes just like a comedian tries to create jokes that burrow into your head and never leave and make you laugh later 1,000 more times, right? And so, that's kind of one of my goals that I like having fun with. And so, what else? I sit here and watch just massive amounts of news and other stuff, informative stuff, documentaries, and I think of all these things I want to talk about with you. And then in this case, I didn't really write anything down, but often I do, and I have bullet points and a list of things to talk about. But nevertheless, boy, that woman Jasmine Crockett in Texas, I wish she was considered. I mean, even though she's a black woman, and I only say that because to balance the ticket out and to attract the racist white men, if she picks a white man governor from, what is it, the North Carolina guy, or the Minnesota guy, or Shapiro from Pennsylvania, or Waltz from Minnesota, right? Like, if Buttigieg would be so good, even though, again, it's it's a little bit riskier maybe to go with something that racist, sexist, homophobic people, whatever, would struggle with based on their stupid beliefs. So yeah, I think she's just gonna go with she's going with one of those three white guys, straight white guys, probably. But man, what if she did pick like Buttigieg, who happens to be gay, but he's so deadly. Every time he speaks, he just wins everybody over. Like, he'd be so deadly in any engagement constantly, and that would just be fun to watch. And then if she picked like some of those amazing women with that are brilliant, like Jasmine Crockett or Katie Porter or AOC, that would be risky because and Gretchen Whitmer, they're all women, right? And that's the risk. 2 women on the ticket, you don't want to do that. There's, of course, but I wouldn't be afraid of any of that shit. The gay guy, another woman, if man, especially if it was Katie Porter or Jasmine Crockett, because they would just crush. Or Pete Buttigieg. God, he just crushes everybody in his path. He's so measured, and yeah, I get pissed off and worked up. He just sits there, freaking calm, speaking truth to power, and it's a beautiful thing. So, gotta love them all. Anyway, and it's so exciting to see all these women fired up. Oh God, I've been saying it. See, I have a tendency to be right a lot. Been talking about how women are going to take America back. All these nut jobs, these freaking devil worshippers that on the right side of oh God, oh, it's just so annoying. Everything about them. Oh, just think, oh man, I got nothing to drink. All right, yeah. Oh, and then JD Vance. I finally heard someone else talk about again what I've been talking about. Now they are women going to take America back, but JD Vance looks like he's always wearing eyeliner. What's up with that? That's so weird. It's so, for a guy who like is against the gay community, he looks so gay with eyeliner on. Isn't it great? It's so weird. He is so weird. But yeah, who was it? Adam Kinzinger brought attention to his eyeliner the other day, and that was so gratifying. But again, something I was talking about. Anyway, I say that, but at the same time, I'm annoyed by all the other people, like the TYT guy, Senk, or whatever his name is, or that guy who runs TNT. He and others always like, oh, we were talking about that before, like, oh, we're so smart. So I'm sorry to do that. I'm making fun of myself when I say that, and I laugh a little bit at myself because it is annoying to me. No one cares usually if you were saying that before, but I'm just saying, like, if you're a fan of my show, I've been right a lot. Especially about getting lucky. I tell you what, like right after the fire, right after everything in my life burned down and I lost a couple friends, I immediately went to my YouTube channel, told people I'm going to be lucky. I can't explain how I'm going to be lucky. I don't know what that's going to look like, what form it's going to take, what shape it's going to be in, but I've been incredibly lucky. And it doesn't stop. 1 year out. We are almost exactly a year out. And my good luck. There is an angel out there that's been helping me out, and it's been changing my life and changing my perspective and making me want to be more of a giver. So that's cool. Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. So, what? Oh, yeah. So there was a news story, like, I don't know, 10 days ago about there being a settlement. But then there was an email from the lawyers right after that, and I found that in my emails saying there is no settlement, okay? But it's still fascinating that there was a story in our local news that was like, I think it was like leaked, but not substantiated, not true, nothing is decided. But that maybe one of the entities had settled for $4 billion, Hawaii Electric Company, but I don't know. So I just wanted to follow up because last time I spoke, I talked about that, and come to find out, all that sort of stuff is a long way off. There are still trial dates that are coming soon in all the cases, and they're all in the next couple of months. So I'm sure that they're like, yeah, no, we're happy to just go to trial. And so I think they're gonna kick it further down the road, it sounds like, maybe, and keep working at it. But we'll see. Anyway, I'll report on it as a person who's lost everything and who is part of the several thousand people that are in this lawsuit. But lots of different attorneys, but I went with our one local guy, Jan Oppo. He seems to be the one that's the most trusted, and he has just been doing a great job, and he is, calm, cool, collective, measured. Everything they've tried to do, they've succeeded at in all the legal proceedings and getting things sped up, and all of it. So, and all that they were able to group everyone together, even though there's all these different lawyers. They one of the first things they did was say this is going to be one case that's going to be distributed to everybody, equally. And so that was, one of the first things that was expeditiously done right away to get things moving along. So it's just one legal case, and then that's going to be, the one that settles all the cases, however many thousand there are. But yeah, so I'm part of that, and I'll eventually find out how that works out and the details of it. So yeah, it'll be really interesting if I did get some amount of money that enabled me to start a business, or have a better idea of how I might be able to retire with some dignity or something, because I am getting old, and that's a concern. The pandemic, I ran all my money down to almost zero in the pandemic. I figured the thing about the pandemic was that the bar, all you had to do to be successful was just live. If you didn't die, you were successful, and you had a lot to appreciate, and you could get everything else back. And I avoided the workforce, which is of course dangerous because it involves lots of tourists, and I'm 55. I figured it wasn't a guarantee that I would live, because I'm kind of in that border age between the bad statistic people and the good statistic people. So I just waited till I was almost out of money before I started working. Anyway, so yeah, life is good. God, it felt so good getting in the ocean. Ocean just feels so good. I got to get out there more, and I got to get that. What I really want to do is swim, and even with the camera, but that's going to be kind of crappy for you, the viewer, my head to be going in and out all the time. Although maybe virtually it would be an interesting video. I need to get a snorkel on and put my head down and just cruise out there and make videos of fish and turtles, and that would be lovely. And I need to paddle out more at sunset and turn that thing on my head. I was thinking I could even, there is a little net I could pin down well, there's ways to adhere shit to the board. That's what I need to figure out how to do. Anyway, I got a lot to learn still, even though I've posted, I don't know, 800 videos. I got a lot to learn about all the other sites too. I need to start doing Instagram. I need to become a photographer as well as a videographer. I need to edit videos. I need to learn Photoshop. Need to learn all the editing software that goes with the 360, the free editing software that goes with the GoPro. I need to learn those. It would just be stuff I need to learn. I have a freaking drone. I got to learn how to use that. I haven't even gotten out of its box because I'm still trying to get other shit figured out. I got a bike I got to put together. But I'm making progress. And as long as I'm making progress, I'm making progress. As long as I'm getting something done, I'm getting something done, and I'll get more done, and it'll lead to getting other things done. It's just when I'm not getting nothing done that, I think we all worry about ourselves and are on the verge of becoming agoraphobic or some kind of hoarder. So, yeah, luckily none of that's happening. So yeah, what a good life it's been. I was watching these comedians talking about how it sucks to be famous, and yeah, I get it. And that's why I've never wanted to be famous. And I always thought, well, if I'm going to get into politics or whatever, or comedy, and maybe comedy will lead to politics, you would never want to spend your life famous, because that would suck. I think a well-lived life might be, for the sake of doing comedy as well, although you got to live long, and a lot of comedians are already dead by my age, many of them. But to live your life anonymously, and then, in your 50s and 60s, develop a comedy career where you become someone who's a little bit visible and famous, would be a better life lived, because an anonymous life is a better life. Okay, all these young poor kids thinking they want to be famous and stuff. I don't, but it's a necessary aspect if you want to succeed in comedy. And I'd love to make people laugh en masse. That would be awesome. So I still haven't booked a theater here, but I'm going to. It's just one of those many things. I need to straighten out my brain. It took all day to freaking get through to these people. I got some software that allowed me to make logos and labels and cards and stickers and iron on t-shirt if I want to, from home. And I bought a printer, which is still in the box. Anyway, the software, the code wouldn't work, and then they sent me these download things several times, and it took forever. Finally, I did get it, and I designed my first thing for the fun of it. But I got a lot to learn as far as this stupid little cheap. Anyway, I got a lot to learn. That's the bottom line. But I'm slowly but surely making some progress, and that's a good thing. I do need to read that book, Way of the Peaceful Warrior. Maybe I'll start doing that tonight. I want to do that before I go on this next trip. I got to buy a plane ticket pretty soon. And I think when I get to either San Francisco Airport or Oakland International and get my cheap car with good gas mileage, I think I'm going to hit the road and just start heading towards Reno and then head south. The thing is, there's all this smoke that just developed in the last week in Northern California, but it's further north. It's up in Chico. Doesn't mean it hasn't blown down or I won't see it or have to breathe it. But that'll be a factor that I'll be negotiating or whatever. And then, yeah, but it's just going to be a lot of lonely, sad, boring driving. And so I'll have you keep me company. I'll turn on the camera and put it on myself while I drive. And have a conversation with the car. That'll be good for me because it keeps me awake, and then you can watch my mind just unravel right in front of the camera while I'm driving. Oh, it's so funny because I'm in a damn near a dream state, but I'm awake and still driving you know, right before I get smart enough to pull over. You know, that is what happens. And then I start yelling because I figure if I'm yelling, I can't fall asleep while I'm driving. If I'm yelling, it'd be pretty hard to fall asleep while I'm yelling, right? So that's why I do that. And it's an old habit. It's a habit I've developed. And so subconsciously, I don't even try to do it anymore. I just start doing it. I say absurd things because I'm in a dream state, and it's kind of funny. And then I pull over and sleep. Look like I can sleep anywhere. And I'm pretty street smart, you know, and I'll be driving a car that says, I'm invisible. You know, that's the greatest thing about these little compact cars, right? You can be sleeping in them anywhere. Your little car never stands out, even with a California license plate. It's still, you know, a Toyota Corolla or a Nissan Versa, you know, a car that is just invisible. So that's why I love these cars. And then, of course, they only cost like $20 a day, and they get 40 miles to the gallon, and that saves you tons of money. And it's fun. I love traveling across the United States. I've now done it 7 times. Is that what I said? This will be 8 and 9. And all the way from, you know, from San Francisco, which is very ambitious. This is very, very ambitious. From San Francisco to frickin' Austin, Texas, to northern Maine, back to San Francisco on a different route through the middle, most likely, through Colorado. I love Colorado. It's so beautiful, and they have such good pot laws. I love all the states. I try to spend money in all the states where weed is legal and women have rights, which are usually similar. Not always. But if your state does not give any rights to women if they're second-class citizens in your state, I will not spend money in your state. And your politicians aren't smart enough to understand why. But yeah, I mean, I'll have no choice. In some cases, I'll have to buy some gas. But I will try to figure out how to avoid all of it, everything, buying food, and I won't rent hotels, and I will just make sure, and I'll try to avoid them if I can. Oklahoma has a lot of bad tolls on weird roads trying to get in the state, so I'll just avoid Oklahoma almost always from now on. And yeah, anyway, and the top stretch, the top of Ohio and Indiana, 80 and 90 combined there, and it's 450, 500 miles of toll roads. So I'll always avoid that. But that works if I come up from beneath and I go hit gas station event Maple Motors, and then gas station adventures, and then Akron, Ohio, and then yeah, across. Oh, and I'll be checking on gas prices. They were great last time. I mean, I saw $2.99, $3.09, a lot of $3.29, $3.39, $3.49. That was most of the country. California was a notch above all that I saw it at Safeway, which was like some of the better pricing, at $4.15, but you'll see it at $5 all over California. And here it's like $4.60, $4.70 right now in Hawaii. So similar to California. But yeah, that's all the states. Tennessee tends to be a little extra low, a little extra good gas prices in Tennessee. Where else did I see them? Anyway, they're pretty good everywhere. Well, they'll be good. They're good in Maine. They're good in New England. And what else? Oh, and then on the West Coast, I'm hoping to get you and the camera into Kirby Cove again. That's where I did some of my first videos. It was kind of my vision to start there because it's such a special place, Kirby Cove, right under the Golden. There's a beach right under the Golden Gate Bridge. You see it always in every film. It's to the left, and in that bowl where, like in some movies, they'll superimpose a base right there, like in the Planet of the Apes, I think, or something. Anyway, it's so visible in so many shots in so many movies. This little beach off to the left of the Golden Gate Bridge, outside of the Golden Gate, Kirby Cove, a place I camped as a kid. But you can camp there. You can make reservations. It's very special. Humongous eucalyptus trees. It's an old bunker. It's an old fort where they had big guns, you know, to stop the bad guys if Japan tried to come into the bay. Got the big guns there. And then I want to get to the top of the Lucas Valley Hills. It's just happens to be my special spot, my favorite place in the world, one of them anyway. One of the most beautiful spots in the world. So, and it's a good little quick hike up there. It's straight up. It doesn't take forever, but it's straight up, which is really good for me. And so I want to take you there. Where else? Where do I want? Oh, I want to do video from Pagosa Springs. I should start learning a little bit more about these places. Like, you know, technically read a little Wikipedia shit and then throw that in, add that to the content of the things that I think are amazing. Another interesting thing is if I can, once I get back, if I still have the gumption, the energy, the time, the money, all that, maybe I'll come back into the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, and then head south and go down to maybe LA or Santa Barbara or Santa Cruz and back and cover a couple other spots. There's a few things I'd really like to show you. There's this spot. I made a video. No one's ever seen it. But I've watched this one video of mine. I've watched 300 times because I love it so much. But it's from Stillwater Cove, right where the 18th green is at Pebble Beach. There's a little public place to sit and view. And there's a couple parking spaces there. And it's just a special spot. It's the kind of spot you find when you're riding a bicycle down the California coast and you're just hugging the coast and you find these little, you know, secret spots because you're on a bicycle and you're just meandering along the coast. Well, that is Stillwater Cove, and there's 4 public parking spaces. One, if you have a card, there's a handicap spot right there. And there's, you know, benches and a board that explains the flora and fauna for tourists, and it's a total public space. Little dedication to Peter Uberoff, and who was, I think he was the president of baseball, but also had something to do with the preservation of things in Pebble Beach. And so that's just one of the other spots. Oh, Ojai, the park at Ojai. I think that might be worth another video. I've already done one from there, but it's such a special park. And of course, nobody watched that one before. And then LA, of course, is full of comedy spots where I could just get on stage. There's actually 2 spots in LA where you can pay to get on stage and pay for time. And so maybe I'll just go there and do a set on a stage where I'm just guaranteed 15 minutes because I paid for them, and I don't know. But I'd rather try to get on stage at some sort of cool place that's just got a stage that's been seen by everybody, you know, with a backdrop like the Comedy Store or the Improv or whatever, you know. That'd be like the most fun. So, God dang, life is so good. What a good day to be alive. Oh, man. These poor Republicans, they are just following Lucifer straight to hell. And they're all about to realize it. Like, all the Republicans that bailed out before now are so glad that they're no longer associated with this psycho bullshit of the right, the wrong wing, really. It's not the right wing, it's the wrong wing. God, what if they were smart? If Republicans were smart, they'd be fighting for women's rights the same amount. They'd be fighting to protect our air and water the same amount. They'd be fighting to protect our kids and grandparents from dipshits with military weapons, right? I mean, they'd be doing the things that made sense, right? There'd be some common sense. That's why, you know, I mean, they just don't, nothing they do jives with common sense or anything that, you know, if there is a God, what a God would want. But, you know, you get these psycho Luciferian Christians that want to punish women. Oh, yeah, if a woman wants an abortion, she's a murderer. She deserves to die herself. Crazy, sick, and twisted, and not what any sort of, you know, person who believes in something, some sort of all-loving entity would be part of. So, yeah, what if there was any religion that did anything that made sense, right? It'd be a lot easier to want to be part of that religion, wouldn't it, right? But there just never seems, and then all the worst people are the ones that are the religious leaders, like Trump's freaking religious advisor who just got put up on charges for being a child rapist, or all the rest of them. The kid who was the shooter, tried to kill him, was raised in a Republican, God-fearing home and with military weapons and Trump signs, and you know, it's not a smart formula. It's just not. It's not healthy. So, and then all their stupid intimidation tactics and all their bullying, trying to bully Democrats, insults. It's all they've got for Kamala. Insults, right? I love how they just blatantly try to insult her by acting like they don't know how to say the Vice President of the United States' first name. And if so, just call her the Vice President Kamala Harris. Or Vice President Harris, excuse me. If it's so hard for you to say her first name, just call her the beautiful title Vice President Harris. That has a nice sound to it, right? And it's beautiful. And she's got so much experience now, and she's a whole nother person than she was when she was a candidate, right? She's got all this experience and all this support, and she's got young people fired up. They can still harbor grudges against Joe Biden and love her at the same time. These young people who are, you know, upset over, you know, rightfully so. There's a lot of just very sad stuff going on, and it's being broadcast to them by the Chinese TikTok station. And they're seeing it all, and they're, you know, and it's affecting their judgment. And so, but it's all been directed at Joe Biden. So that seems to be a positive. Yeah, but man, I mean, I literally was crying watching her in Atlanta, Georgia, and Raphael Warnock, and John Ossoff, and all the rest. It was inspiring. Kamala is super inspiring, and it's super fun, and it's exciting. I called the elections office today to make sure that I had the right address with them, but then I noticed they sent me something saying that if I was a victim of the fire, that normally they won't accept forwarded, you know, address forwarding. They won't allow the forwarding of your ballot stuff, right? Normally speaking. And so, but in this case, they're going to make an exception for us. So if I don't change my address, my stuff will still go right to my my mailbox from the house that burned down, right? And I can just leave it alone, and it should work. But nevertheless, I am going to go to the elections office personally and make sure that tomorrow, that's one of the last things I want to do before I go on this road trip across the United States of America, a country that my family helped build. I mean, obviously, Native Americans were here before all of us, but my family came here in 1620. The religious leader of the Mayflower, William Brewster. I am a direct descendant of him. and all the work, I had it all laid out, and it was tough because it starts out with William Brewster's daughter. But nevertheless, that all burned up in the fire. And so I got to figure that all out again. I'm hoping that when I stop, I'm going to stop in Russellville, Arkansas, where many of the Hamilton clan lived before Sylvan Ardell or his daddy moved everybody out to the West Coast. So I got to go there and hunt through the graveyards of Russellville, Arkansas, and that's on the way, and so that's cool. And then on my dad's side, the first Bradley came on my bloodline came in 1635, and his grandson married a descendant of Hannah Dustin, who was the first woman to have a statue built in her honor in the United States of America, and that's in the town square in Haverhill, Massachusetts. And so I may go, and then there's only like 8, maybe 10 statues of women in the United States of America, and 2 of them, the first 2 are of the same person, Hannah Dustin. One of them is on the Mackinac River. Is that what it is? Whatever the river is, the Mackinac? No, I don't know. I'm getting it confused with being in Michigan, I think, but it's there's a river right there, a big one that's well known, and right on the river there's the first statue, which is Hannah Dustin, with a bunch of Native American scalps in her hand. It's pretty provocative. It's a crazy story. I'm not gonna tell it to you because it's crazy, but if you want to look it up, it's crazy. It would make a great movie or a play. Anyway, so yeah, and then in the town square, there's one with her with a hatchet in her hand, because she killed and scalped all the people that abducted her and enslaved her and killed her baby in front of her, which pissed her off. Anyway, yeah, that's like 12 generations ago. So yeah, I do love this country, and I love my own place in it as a person who has 12. I'm a 12th generation American, basically. So for whatever that's worth. And yeah, I got work to do. So, and then in Haverhill, I want to go check out the graveyard, because I mean that's where my family. I think the Bradleys live just a couple doors down from the Dustins, which is why these 2 kids got married. They grew up together, and that was Amos Bradley, and on my side, and my direct male bloodline. Anyway, so I want to go to Haverhill, Massachusetts, visit those statues of Hannah Dustin, one of the toughest women in American history, and on our way up, and it'll be fun. And weed is legal in all those states, which is cool. Thank God for that. I'm gonna try to see if there is. I don't know if there's stores in Colorado or Oregon that sell psychedelic mushrooms legally. But if there are, and if I can find them, I will. And that would be interesting. I think it would be really an interesting twist on comedy to try to do some open mic stand-up comedy under the influence of magic mushrooms. They, of course, will make one person giggle. Will a giggling comedian make other people giggle? That's a good question. I'd like to test that out. Of course, it's not something you could do often, but it sure would be fun. And I would sure like it to be legal, right? If it's legal, it seems to be a lot. It's funny, you know, you could ask, if something's legal, is it moral? Is it immoral if it's illegal? You know, that's a good question. Anyway, so yeah. Also, I want to go to Red Rocks again. These are all the places where aliens are. I want to go through all the most commonly seen places for aliens, and I'll just be driving deliriously, you know, through the night and pulling over and sleeping and looking at the stars. So who knows? Maybe I'll finally get this interesting experience of seeing some sort of extraterrestrial thing in the sky, or which is most likely us in the future coming back in time somehow, which is crazy. But there's a lot to suggest that might be true. This blue book funny, the Blue Book Project, there's this video that they made interviewing an alien. It looks real, and the words and the interview itself is what's so compelling, because I mean, if you use deductive reasoning, if you use some rational thinking, anyway, wow, man, there's 4 people watching this. Got 16 thumbs up though. That's cool. Anyway, shoots. Maybe I should get in the kitchen. Am I hungry enough yet? And how much time am I already in on this thing? I don't have any glasses on me. What does that say? A long time already. Thanks for watching. Anyway, yeah, so there's just a lot to see in the United States of America, and I've sort of been lacking imagination here, even though I live in Maui, and it's so beautiful here. And I could be doing videos of all sorts of stuff that you'd probably find really interesting. I just am, you know, a little bit of me is a little bit dead inside still here. I'm still reviving myself here in this place where all that tragedy happened. Seems to be pretty therapeutic to go on a road trip and to get away from it temporarily, get perspective on it. Making videos sure seems to be a positive thing to keep myself preoccupied with. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there are, if there is a settlement, if so, how much it's going to be, and if so, would I get some of that, and if so, how much? Good questions, and I am interested to find out. But I'm not going to expect anything or even hope for anything. Just going to keep everything at bay. And if it happens, it'll be like a miracle and a dream come true all at the same time. So yeah. And I really need to take my camera. I'm hopefully going to do this maybe tomorrow. I need to go down to the burn zone and check out my house. I think it's all been cleared away now. I should have gone back more, but it just killed me so much when I did go there that I just was so dead inside. I didn't want to go. Didn't want to go look at my burned down house anymore. And you know, some people suggested that if I'd gotten all this change that had melted together, it could be like an art piece. Maybe so. I don't know. But it all would have been a sad reminder. And it'll be really interesting to see how Lahaina is built back better, and hopefully so anyway. And it'll be really interesting, like I kind of trip out about the idea of many of us who are involved in this lawsuit. If people are restored to a certain level, it'll have a huge impact on everyone's ability to invest in Lahaina town, right? There'll be mass investment from people who get settlements back into the town and into businesses and into their homes and into their families and their educations and their futures. And so that would just be a really cool thing to witness, is the imagination of all the local people who received financial benefits as they apply their imagination to their money and rebuild their lives and so on, right? So, yeah. What if there were a bunch of people that ended up doing well enough to live pretty happy lives, even though they might have had some serious loss, thanks to the restorative power of a financial settlement. So that'll be interesting. Anyway, yeah, I've been trying to eat healthy, as you know. I finally discovered oxalates, which are a bad thing. They're in spinach. I'm basically going to stop eating spinach. And a few other things, and I'm trying to educate myself and know where all the oxalates are and reduce my intake of all things with oxalates or large amounts of them, because oxalates aren't good for you. And if you haven't looked it up or studied up on them, I recommend you do. There's this new book that this super smart lady wrote called Toxic Superfoods. And that's basically a summary of it. It's all about these oxalates. It's found in turmeric and some nuts and, in certain things. So, yeah, you can quickly look up and see all the foods with all the different amount of oxalates that are in them. And that is good to be aware of, just like where your wheat gluten is, how much you're consuming, when you're consuming. It's good to be aware. The shitty oils, the omega-6 oils, are killing people. That's the biggest, worst thing for us that people aren't paying enough attention to. Of course, we all know sugar's bad. No one wants diabetes. I have stopped drinking alcohol, and that's really exciting. And I just drank my last cup of coffee. I'm going to try to switch to tea. But I'm going to wait until after this trip. I'm going to drink some strong-ass truck stop coffee between here and Maine and back. I mean, damn, that is a long way if you consider that I started in Hawaii. And then from there to San Francisco, right? But it's going to be fun. I love, like, compared to trying to ride a bicycle across the United States, right, which I've done 3 times, right, driving a car is so easy. It's like having your own apartment. It's got air conditioning and heating, and you can recline that seat back. Pretty good lumbar support usually for the back when you're sleeping in those cars nowadays. And so, yeah, I just look forward to, and all the new rest stops. I'll probably find a few rest stops I've never seen before. I'll be able to make comments on those. I think generally speaking, what my big takeaway, what I'm really starting to conclude is that there's been phases in different states and different decades that rest stops were built, right? And based on what decade, starting in 1918 is when the first roadside rest stop was built in Michigan. And every decade they've been making, from 1918 till now, they've been making rest stops in different states, on different roads, and every state makes a different effort. But when you're at one that I would rank 1 or 1.5 or 2 stars, maybe 2.5 stars, a rest stop that's got low stars, those are just most likely, most of the time, just rest stops that were built in 1950 or something, 1940 or 1955 or 60. And then as time went on, they made better and better ones and added more things to them. And then there's states where they're just amazing, right? And then there's states where they've abandoned them. They've spent a couple $1 million building this facility, like all over Utah. And is it Utah and is it Arizona too? But Utah has got all these, I think, yeah, in Arizona, I think the same kind of thing. There's all these beautiful buildings and facilities, and they're just closed, and everyone's locked out. There's a bathroom on the outside that you have access to, but all this investment, and they're afraid to staff it with somebody making $20 an hour after spending millions. Like, one of them has trains in it. It's a big train educational exhibition spot. Maybe I'll go by there again. I think that's on Highway 6. Anyway, so that is interesting. And then a lot of them have barbecue. So I am going to bring the ability to cook on a grill and probably some foil, because I don't think I'll be able to trust them grills. Although a lot of them are really clean. And maybe buy a scraper and a scrubber and cook along the way, like stopping for steak dinners is a lot cheaper when you're cooking them yourself. So that should be fun, and an aspect of the trip that'll save me money and make it fun to eat. I'll try to find healthy things, that have the goat goat cheese, goat milk. If you haven't heard, the medium chain triglycerides and this thing called C15, which might be the same thing. I'm not really sure. But all the experts are saying goat milk, goat cheese, really good. And it's cool if you kind of want to have dairy but not have dairy. It's a type of dairy, but it's not cow dairy. That goat milk, goat cheese that's helping them people in Sardinia. That's where we're talking about. Them people there in Sardinia, they're living so long, and they think it's because of the goat cheese and the goat milk, if you didn't know. And then there's the omega-3s that are in the ahi and the mackerel and the salmon. You know, you want to be consuming that stuff, the omega-3s, and you want to avoid the omega-6s, and you want to consume sulforaphane. What is sulforaphane? That's a magical ingredient in cruciferous vegetables. Cruciferous vegetables, good. Although there might be one of them with some oxalates that you should be aware of, but generally speaking, they're just the best thing ever. Seems like a really good diet is cruciferous vegetables, adding onions and garlic maybe, and a few others. Salmon and, you know, omega-3 proteins, and I guess grass-fed meats are also tend to have some omega-3s maybe, and I think seaweeds do too. But these are things I'm trying to eat, and I'm trying to avoid those deadly things, man. If you look at the whole snack aisle, it was deadly. If you're eating anything from the snack aisle, you're dying most likely. Read that. You'll find some oils on there. If it's palm oil or any seed oils or soy oil or vegetable oil, that shit is killing you, like worse than sugar. So if you didn't know it, the whole potato chip aisle, deadly. Anyway, start reading all those labels and avoid those things and consume those things and be aware of those things, right? But oxalates, that's the new discovery of doctors and dietitians. And oxalates are simply the ingredient inside a plant that the plant produces to try to keep insects from eating it, right? It's like little crystal things. And if you're a good American patriot, you know, someone who's going to vote for Kamala Harris, what you want to do is outlive your domestic terrorist Republican Ku Klux Klan neighbor. You want to outlive him by 25, 30 years. That way you'll vote 5, 6 more times than he will. And that is what will save America. That is what, yeah. It's making America great right now. Thank you, Joe Biden, for making America great. He just did. I love that. Oh, and now there's just none of that shit. They just got all these insults ready for Joe, and Joe was struggling, and now that's just all the past. God bless this lady. Oh. And it just enrages the racist pigs, and they're not even afraid to show it anymore. This Project 2025 and all of its bullshit. But the thing that really pisses me off, and if Kamala, if you're listening and you want some good advice, and you want to bring up a subject that every American agrees with, there is not one American, not one that likes toll roads. So if you want to talk about freedom, make this country free for the poor by eliminating the cost of any and all toll for people below a certain income bracket, if you want to figure it out like that. There's got to be some way to only tax the wealthy when they drive on toll roads, right? Because it doesn't affect their ability to be free and to move about, but it affects everybody else's. People will drive less, not go places, not travel because of toll roads. We all dislike toll roads to the point where you could use that H word. Yeah, ain't nobody like a toll road. And man, Republican states are some of the worst at it. They trap people, and it's just an abomination, right? They claim to like freedom, but man, Oklahoma, Kansas, freaking Ohio, Indiana, Iowa, it's just brutal. You're like, why is there a toll road here? Like, So like I get it if it's like an extra special lane where people are going to pay a toll to go fast when all the traffic is jammed up and they're making great money in some city, right? Like you see that in a lot of places, like California. There'll be or Utah. There'll be a toll road that's just on the far left lane. Like that's cool. Give those people the option of going fast and paying for it, and have free roads for poor Americans who can just barely afford their gas. Yeah, that's just a crime, toll roads. And that's why, thank God, apps, navigation apps allow you to put in no tolls and route you away with no tolls, because that is just the worst thing. All these people get, and that's another reason when you take a really long road trip, if you want to drive across the United States, it's awesome when you're driving a rental car, because all that shit goes back to the rental agency. And yeah, they'll pay it and then charge you for it, but it doesn't come back to you, man. It comes back to their car and their address, and they make you pay for it, but it's not you getting a goddamn warrant, later. I talked to a guy in Michigan that his daughter was in school in Texas, and he drove through Oklahoma, and they fast-tracked him. He didn't know it. He never got a bill. He went through there again, found out he's got a warrant for his arrest because of a toll going north-south in Oklahoma. And he's like, now when I drive my daughter to and from school in Texas, I avoid Oklahoma. And yeah, anyway, that's one thing that as a future politician, I will fight against these stupid toll roads, because they are the antithesis of freedom. Anyway, shit. I said shit. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of fun not drinking, but sort of missing a little too. My liver's got to be fucked up. Now that I have insurance, I got to go get it ultrasounded. Like women get a baby ultrasound. I need to get one of those on my liver, see how fatty it is, see how damaged it is. I know it's not perfect. A lot of us in America have fatty livers, but it's worth paying attention to. I've been looking at all the lists and the doctors talking about all the things that are good and bad for your liver and your heart and your brain, your colon and your bloodstream and your blood sugars, and there's a lot of crossover though. Those omega-3s always pop up, and the medium chain triglycerides. Coconut oil has that too, and the sulforaphane, the cruciferous vegetables, pops up in all the good diets. If you want to just know blueberries, of course, but organic blueberries, not the ones with pesticides, because you don't want pesticides. Pesticides really bad for you. What else? Yeah. Oh, black coffee's good for you. Good for your liver. That's cool to know. Oh, and this is a big one, because I've been doing a lot of this. In fact, when we go in the kitchen, I might show off what I've been doing. I bought like every kind of fermented food, almost. Not every kind, but several kinds. And I like to take out some of the juices and replace it with balsamic vinegar, because they're all in a solution of vinegar, water, and salt. And I like to take out some of the saltwater vinegar and replace it with just vinegar, either apple cider vinegar or balsamic vinegar, and then a little Himalayan sea salt in there, and kind of change the fermenting a little bit, make it a balsamic tasting. And so I've been having fun with that. And I got several examples of that, and then some I still haven't done it with yet. But like kimchi, I'm going to take some of the juices out of the kimchi and then surround the kimchi with balsamic vinegar. Crazy, I know. Has anyone ever tried that before? But I'm doing that with pickles, and then I'm throwing other things in there, and onion pickles in there beautifully. Of course, I got the capers. Oh, I've been adding a pickle, like with smoked salmon. In addition to that tartness from I've been doing these great wraps and sandwiches, super simple. with just a pickle and capers, which are both tart, and then smoked salmon and goat cheese, and then maybe some onions. And man, it is just so good. So good and good for you. It's got all the good things in it. So, yeah, God bless America, huh? Tell you what, shit. Oh, boy, Republicans sure did kill religion, huh? They didn't kill God, but they killed religion. They've been trying to. It's crazy how, like, they've done everything they could possibly do to turn people away from religion. So, yeah, it's just sad. So sad. Poor. And now they're just falling apart at the seams, the Republican Party. Everyone's like scrambling, like, oh, it's like that expression that Jack Herrera named his book, "The Emperor Wears No Clothes." That is the Republican Party. They are wearing no clothes. They are realizing they have no policies. They have never done anything good. They're not accomplishing anything in Congress. They have the shittiest Congress ever because of them. They killed the border security bill, and now they complain about border security still, as if that's they lose on that issue because they were stupid enough to listen to Orange Lucifer kill that bill that was written by Republicans, a Republican bill killed by Republicans. Unbelievable. Anyway, all these stupid things that aren't in congruence with rational thought, intelligent thinking, critical thinking, showing that there seems to be an IQ difference, right? A cutoff. What is the cutoff for, like, are Republicans all the people that have an IQ of 82 and below, those that are easily conned and confused and easily have their money taken from them, whether it be by a religion or a politician that claims to be somehow on the side of religion, right? Putting all these corrupt, evil people in the Supreme Court that are so stupid. It's so stupid. It's so bad. I feel sorry for all these Republican men chasing the few Republican women that would be dumb enough to fucking vote against women's right to vote, right? Because that's what's happening, right? If the Republicans win, women are essentially voting to lose their right to vote if they vote for a Republican. And if they win, let's hope they don't. But if they do, my question is, how much will Republicans charge for handmaids when they start selling women, which is where they're going? And, if you can't see it, it's coming. They are, Trump is like Hitler in 1936. He is just right there on the verge of trying to end the world. And it's so sad, and it's so transparent and so obvious to most people, those with a high enough IQ. I figure the Republicans that have left the Republican Party are the Republicans that had an IQ as high as 95, right? And they're the ones, the Adam Kinzingers, etc. The Liz Cheney. Now there's a patriot, even though she has some dumbass political views. She's still a patriot, and that Adam Kinzinger as well. God bless them, right? These honest Americans who just are not easily conned by a jackass. Oh, how funny it is that JD, right, has the same initials as Donald Trump, but Jefferson Davis was the leader of the Confederates, right? Traitor in the clearest example. The leader of the Confederates. And it's great to just push that right in there, right? DJ is, or JD is Jefferson Davis Vance, and then his boss is Davis Jefferson Trump, right? They're just both some different version of Jefferson Davis or Davis Jefferson, if you know, and which is exactly what he is. He's a leader of the Confederate Party, the Confederates. It's so sad. And it's so sad that what makes it dangerous for Trump to speak publicly are Republicans and the Republican weapons that were put on the streets by Republicans, right? The gun that was used wouldn't even be on the street, wouldn't have been possible to be used if Republicans hadn't reintroduced the assault rifle in 2004 under George Bush. If they just kept it prohibited, it wouldn't even exist, and that child wouldn't even been able to borrow his daddy's gun to go shoot at the former president. Um, so, it's funny how Republicans don't, oh, what were they, they got prayers. They got hopes. They got prayers. They're going to pray. They're going to pray. That's going to fix the gun problem. If we outlaw guns, only outlaws will have guns. Right now, outlaws have all the guns they could ever dream of having. What we could do without taking anyone's guns is just stop selling any new guns for 10, 20 years. There's 500 million guns in our country. What, like there ain't enough to go around? I think there are. Let's increase the value of everyone's used gun and make the only guns you can buy used guns for 20 years. We won't take your guns. And then when bad people, all the outlaws who have all the guns they want, when they commit the crimes with all those guns, all those outlaws, we'll just rake in the outlaws and their bad weapons. And slowly but surely, we will make our world a better place by just raking in all the outlaws with guns and their guns. And, there's still plenty. There's 500 million, right? We have 100 million thousand times more than every other country. And when we take people's, because we should take your AR-15s from you, what we could do to make it so we're not taking it entirely is just promise to mail it back to you. If we get into an armed conflict with somebody invading our country, we will promise to mail back every American gun owner's AR-15, all right? So you can defend the United States of America from an invasion. And that will not ever happen, surprisingly. It will take time for, enemies to build up troops. We'll see them coming, right? You can't bring an army big enough to invade the United States and not have it noticeable, right? Like Ukraine had a lot of time. They could see it coming, right? And they had to buy weapons and pass them out. Well, we won't have to do that. We'll just go return to sender, boom, put it in the mail, send it back to you. You can defend the home front someday with your own weapons. But if that never happens, then you'll never need that gun back in your possession. But that would be a great way to get them off the streets, taking care of that one fear that, is pervasive among the paranoid, right? Oh, what if we get invaded by China or Canada or Mexico or, Brazil or Russia or whatever, whoever, I don't know. All right, so yeah, there you go. That'll solve a lot of gun problems moving forward, right? We just stop selling all new guns. Anyway, yeah, I'm 5 times less likely to die of a gun because I don't have one anywhere near me. See how that works? If I got super drunk and suicidal, I couldn't kill myself. I wouldn't even know where to start. But if I had a gun, I could do it in like 3 seconds and be real good at it. Those are the people who always succeed. You ever notice that? Like, you hear, oh, someone committed suicide. First thing you can say to them is, shot himself? Yep. Like, nobody ever kills themselves some other way. They always fail when they slit their wrists or take some pills or whatever, right? Sometimes they survive even jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge. But not when they take a gun to their head, which is usually what happens. And it is some crazy shit. I know 2 guys that I opened a restaurant with that both took their own lives. And one of them, I know for sure, I don't know if the other one too, was probably with a gun both times. Because that's how everyone succeeds at killing themselves. But both people who had everything going for them. Everything anyone could ever dream of, including success in life, in business, families that loved them, and yet they just took, anyway, it's crazy. Makes no sense to me. Y'all got to learn to enjoy life a little more. You're here for a short while, but we are here to enjoy this place, right? So enjoy your life. Make it a good day to be alive every day with your positive attitude, because that is the only thing you have any control of, right? So it ain't that complicated. And if you're having a good day, if you could say it's a good day to be alive, maybe without realizing it, you have found the meaning of life. you are living in the meaning of life, if you are having a good day, if it's a good day to be alive, it's kind of that simple. So, you know, have a good day, which is finding the meaning of life, and enjoy the shit out of that great day that you're enjoying the shit out of. All right, God bless America. Tell you what, shit. I said shit. Goddamn shit. Should we go? Should we go cook? Should I go put this camera into a frying pan so you can just watch a food cook in the frying pan? I got a big bunch of kale, some beautiful kale. I really need to eat it. Hope I haven't had it for too long. And I got some steak, some that I've treated. It's been marinated, and what else I got? Well, I got some of those fermented things, a bunch of fermented things, but that includes onions and garlic, and I'll pull some of that out, throw that in, and then some goat cheese, maybe an egg, and some steak, and or salmon. I got some smoked salmon, but I'm thinking I could take that smoked salmon with me, like on the plane. You know, it'll keep for the first day or two on the road. And, you know, oh, and then I need to stop at Costco's on my road trip across the United States too, because that's just a great way to save money in lots of different ways, you know, whether it's getting a meal right there that's super affordable, or going in and getting free samples, or buying, you know, although I wouldn't, because the oils that I've now discovered are so bad for me. I just looked at the label, but, you know, in the past I might have bought that $10 big box of Pop-Tarts and eating that, but I won't be doing that this time. But I might buy some food there, you know, food that I can make sandwiches, cold things out of, wraps, along with, you know, yeah, and maybe get a little cooler, and that's the idea. Save money on everything. I'm gonna make a mix of like a blueberry organic cereal with seaweed and some chocolatey things added, although chocolate's one of the things that has those whatchamacallits, anyway, and walnuts. I'll throw walnuts in there, and that is just a great little snack food. I had that same formula on my last trip, and it worked out pretty good. It all somehow works well together. Seaweed ends up going well in lots of things you wouldn't expect seaweed to go well in, including like a trail mix. And then on the exercise front, I'm trying to get started, trying to prepare. I got a friend that wants to do an Ironman, so we're going to start training for a half Ironman pretty soon. That's going to be good for me. And maybe I'll sign up for a couple more classes at the local community college. I currently have completed 140 units of course work, which includes student government and sports and student newspaper and stuff like that. So there's a lot of superfluous units in there. Wine tasting, you know, Santa Rosa Junior College, Sonoma County. You take that wine tasting course if you're going to school in Sonoma County. And anyway, and I'm re-entering the community college system. Going to add to that pile of 140 units. I am not highly educated, but I'm sort of I've had a lot of school, but not a lot of high level school. You know, it's all just freshman, sophomore college stuff, which is pretty interesting and very fun to dwell in that realm. It gets so much harder when you get past that. Anyway, yeah, shoots. What can I tell you? I should start some food cooking. And then once it's cooking, I can like go do something out for a minute, and you won't really know because it's just food that's cooking. Although I might keep making commentary and stuff like that. But man, oh man, and then man, is it just embarrassing for those poor Republicans to have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene and all the Republican people are just, seems like they're just stupid most of the time. They just, and they stand no chance against Jasmine Crockett. God, she is just badass. Oh, it's I could see women, taking the words that are used against them by Republican traitors, and then incorporating it. How you can like make them your own words, but like, they talked about a red wave that never happened. They could talk about a blue wave, but in the good bad sense. And if a woman said it, not a man, because it might be offensive otherwise. But I could see if a woman said, "We are the freaking bad bitch blue brigade," you know what I mean? Like, beware the bitches, because they are coming out and they're gonna vote against Donald Trump, and he gonna go down because women are gonna take America back. But I don't think a man could be the originator of that kind of a theme. But yeah, women are ready. They're ready for the fight, and they're inspired now. Now they got extra reason, because they're not just voting for their own rights, but they're voting for another woman, and that's always an interesting thing. Not only do Republican women vote against women's rights, but in this case, they'll be voting against a woman also, right? Like, man, that is just seems sacrilegious. Like, you are just a traitor to women. But again, the majority of all the beautiful women in our country, and women in general, are not Republicans. And the majority of all the men in our country are Republicans, which makes no sense to me, especially the working class ones. Which means I just have a lot better odds. If I was out there, which I'm not really, but if I was out there on Bumble or Tinder or whatever, which maybe someday I will be, who knows. If I was, I imagine, especially living in a state like this where 70% of the electorate, 71% of it is not Republican, right? Because people just ain't that stupid here in Hawaii. And I mean, yeah. I mean, my odds would just be so much better, I imagine. And yeah, and I feel sorry for Republican men. And then, of course, the women that they're the 40% of the 39% of the population of women who are voting against their own rights. Well, they're not all that smart, so that's not good. And they're going to be less educated on average, and because they're going to be against reading, right? Because reading is a bad thing. You need all those bad books out there. They could corrupt your mind. You know what Socrates went down for? Corrupting the minds of our youth. And they're trying to say the Democrats are doing the same thing, just like they said Socrates did. We don't want to be corrupting the minds of our youth. I love it. Anyway, yep, it's just like Socrates. So, what else? What else would I want to talk about? Oh, the Olympics are great. It's fun watching them. I'm just loving it, all of it. I guess I already mentioned that, didn't I? Okay. Well, I guess that's pretty much a lot of it. It's fun watching. Oh, Supreme Court. They're finally getting checked. Although it'd be nice if we just added 2 more people to the Supreme Court right now. That would be cool. Let's do that. Let's make it an 11 person, right? Let's make it a 6-5 victory by the Republican traitors when they have victories in the future. And it just blows my mind. It never gets old how crazy it is that once Black Panther, Justice Uncle Thomas, ends up taking $4 million in bribes from a Nazi, right? He went from Black Panther to Black Klansman. I mean, that is crazy, crazy, crazy. Anyway, and just shamelessly, and his wife, God, oh, gross. And all her traitor bullshit. The 2 of them are such traitors, and it's just now so transparent. The whole time he's been, and he's the dumbest person on the Supreme Court. It's so great that there's a woman, Ketanji Jackson happens to be Black also, and she's the smartest one on the Supreme Court. So thank God for her, because it would make Black people in general maybe not It might not represent them well, because Justice Thomas is a goddamn moron, and Ketanji Brown Jackson is a fucking genius, and it's a beautiful thing. God bless these women, and they're the only ones with any courage or strength. They're the ones achieving everything. They're the ones challenging authority. All these idiots who are, oh, I got these big muscles, or I have a gun on me, and the women are like, yeah, I don't give a shit about your testosterone. Let's have a debate about real subjects and use real words. And men are like, well, I don't know what to do. Like, oh, I can insult you. I call you a dog. I love how Republicans call women dogs, and oh God, and all the things. They're trying to see what they can stick on her. What? She's horrible. This radical leftists. Oh, by the way, I am a cat lady. I'm a childless cat lady. What was the other insult that I also can say I am? Anyway, all their stupid insults. That's all Republicans have. They have no policy. They've never done anything good for anybody except for the billionaires, right? Billionaires paying no taxes and corporations paying no taxes. While they've just had the greatest profits in the history of all corporate life, all through the pandemic, taking advantage of all the help they got. It's just price gouging us, because of course a lot of these are run by Republicans who wanted to make Joe Biden look bad. They had fun, and they knew, I can just jack the prices up because everyone else is, and make lots more money and profit like mad off, the American consumer. So I love Kamala's talking about going after price gouging, which was kind of interesting. But look, through competition and things stabilizing, it's a miracle. Biden brought inflation down to 3% and unemployment down to 3%. That was a goddamn Houdini act. I don't know how he did it. And if you drive across the United States of America, like I'm about to do again, the roads are so beautiful. Thank you, Joe Biden, for all that investment. It makes it so fun to travel across the United States and go from one state with women's rights to spend money to another state with women's rights and spend money there. Well, I skip past a state that has terrible leadership and is taking women's rights away and voters' rights away and destroying the environment and flooding the streets with guns. I just try to skip those states or go right through them, because I do discriminate. Now that Republicans have made it fashionable and encouraged and supported by the Supreme Court, right? They can openly, and thanks to the Supreme Court, Republicans can discriminate against gay people, right? The Colorado case, the cake case, the fake case about a cake in Colorado, the fake cake case. Yeah, so it's legal for Republicans to discriminate against gay people. So it's legal for everyone else that wants to, anyone that wants to discriminate against Republicans, right? Were they not smart enough to see the flawed logic and what they were doing and how fun it is and it's going to be for anybody that feels like it to discriminate against Republicans? Just to say, hey, maybe you should reverse that Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court is so stupid. They just made it so they just made it presidents immune, even if they ask for the assassination of their opponent. So if Biden did order the assassination of Donald Trump, it's perfectly legal and supported by the Supreme Court. Just as they support Trump in whatever acts or crimes he commits while he was in office, right? Do they not see? So, obviously Biden didn't, but if he did, it's supported by the Supreme Court, and it was the example put before Trump, and they said, yeah, Trump can order the assassination of one of his political opponents by SEAL Team 6 if he wants to. And it could be considered an official act. That's absurd. So, anyway, to all those crazy Republicans that are all crazy and worried about, I think Joe Biden ordered that. Of course he didn't, but if he did, well, that's legal now, right? Thanks to our corrupt Supreme Court that does nothing that makes any sense. It's so sad. So sad. Just being so far from anyone with any sense. And meanwhile, all these dumb Republicans who are getting conned out of their money at their churches and by their politicians, they ain't gonna have any generational wealth left to give to their ancestors, right? Meanwhile, right, Kamala's gonna help us start building new generational wealth while these people are just losing it hand over fist. Anyway, my suggestion is hold on to your money, invest it in the stock market, buy companies, real estate investment trusts that pay 12% interest, and put your kids through college and let them learn how to read and read whatever books they want, and then become educated and make the world a better place, you know, one book at a time. Anyway, all right. Listen, thanks for listening. As I talked about at the beginning, I'm taking a class about finding my voice, so I guess I got to keep working on finding my voice so I can get a good grade in this class. But also, I feel like I've been working on it already, so it'll be an interesting class to take, you know. And then, yeah, taking a digital photography class. Hopefully, maybe there'll be some videography, some editing, or that'll be a side effect that in this digital photography class, I'll learn how to edit videos as well, or maybe put frames into a video. I don't know how to do anything. So, but nevertheless, I have plugged away 800 videos later. It seems like if I just hold my camera real still and then walk around through places, you know, I can get okay video, you know, and then if I can just make sure it's good enough from start to finish, not needing to be edited, then, you know, and that's a certain sort of like art form, I think, you know, like videos that have no editing, where everything is just what's in front of me. No matter what's in front of me, I'm just going to post it. Yeah. And that's interesting. So anyway, all right. Should we go in the kitchen? All right, I'm going to go in the kitchen and start cooking. Ooh, I'm getting a little tired. God damn, I am ugly. I'm so ugly. Ugh. All right. Ugh. Ooh. 7 people is exciting. It's exciting. It's fun having an audience. Oh, I think it has been a cumulative, in a positive effect. Oh, you know what I mean? Like coming out of the fire disaster, having y'all to converse with, get to know in some cases, and you know, it's been this whole new thing in my life. Yeah, I was thinking this is pretty funny, right? That's me when I was 2 years old. My dad had that up in our living room when I was a little kid, all blown up, this poster size. And I made excuses. I told friends that that's not me. That's a brother. That's my brother that moved away. I'd make up stories about it. So I was so embarrassed by that picture, you know. So that's been up on the wall at home and in another house of ours my whole life. And that's a small version of it. Anyway, it's just kind of funny because I like this one picture of myself when I was 2. It's my dad's shot. It's kind of an artistic picture. But I was thinking that, you know, it's perfectly normal and okay, right? Socially acceptable for me to love a picture of myself, this one picture of a little naked 2-year-old. But if I loved any other pictures of little naked 2-year-olds, that would be really fucked up. Thank God I don't. But I do. It's, you know, I was thinking, oh, you know, good thing you know, this is the only picture of a 2-year-old little boy naked that I find, you know, interesting. But yeah, that's because it's me, you know. Who wouldn't love a picture of themselves when they were 2? That's that cute. Shit, boy, lots changed since then. All right, okay, let's get out of frying pan here. Let's get to. All right. kale out here. And get that goat cheese. You know what this is right here? Calamansi. It's so good. Filipino people love calamansi, if you didn't know. And moringa. Big part of the Filipino everything. Ooh, mushrooms. I gotta use it or lose it with those mushrooms. This carrot juice might be nice. Have a little carrot juice. Okay. Let's see now. What else? Maybe some tacos. See that? That's balsamic vinegar and garlic. Just my own attempt to make some probiotics. And this is a jar of balsamic vinegar pickles. I ate all the pickles out of there. Ooh, those would be good. Got some artichoke hearts to use up. What else? These are some pickled red onions. Took some of the stuff out of there, added balsamic vinegar, and then garlic to the top. I'm having so fun with all this fermented food stuff. It's just like me to never accept the way something's already being done. Let's see here. All right, I don't think yeah, these pickles got some. See, these are some pickles, and it's a little darker in there because I put some balsamic vinegar in there and a little bit of Himalayan sea salt. All right, I think I've got some stuff to work with. Gee whiz, got a little Spam here. Maybe I'll put a little Spam in there if it's not bad. Maybe that's what smells. What's this? One piece of bread. Okay. All right, and then mushrooms maybe. How do they look? They're all right. Okay. All right. Well, let's get that kale going because it is bushy. We got some bushy kale. We gotta make our kale less bushy. Because this stuff's, I mean, this just, oh, you know what? Let's get this light on. And maybe turn off that light. And maybe turn on this light. So there it is. Okay, got that light. Yeah, it's better lighting. Let's get down on it. Let's check this out. See what we got here. It's my kale. Got some kale here, but some of it's dried out a little. Let's see. Anyway, good enough. Still got a little life in it. Some better than others. I'll be selective. Don't like that one. All right. Okay. All right. Maybe we'll put it down. Put her down. Use this back one here. What's that? Melty one. All right. I'll just cut right here. And then all right, let's get a knife. Maybe use a real knife for once, huh? One of the knives. I've never used these knives. came with this place. Let's see what they got. Ooh, they got a tortured knife. That thing is unusable. And a carving knife. So they got this one. All right, one good knife. All right. Let's pick out all the good kale. Now they say kale is number 1 or 2, that and strawberries. They got the most pesticides in them. So, you know, when you know that about certain plants, because, you know, they don't have a skin, right? They don't have a skin. So kale is one of the veggies you want to definitely buy the organic, clean stuff, because the pesticides are right in it. Okay, let's see. Isn't there 2 lights here? What's the other one? Okay, yeah. All right, good enough. And all right, okay. So let's get it on here. Let's get it on. What's going on here? There we go. All right. We got some kale. Should we zoom in? All right. Let's get after it. Wish I could play some music. It's one of the things I gotta figure out, is how to play music without getting copyrighted. All right, good times. Kind of loud, huh? All right. Good times. Now which? Let's use this bugger right here. Okay. Okay. It's funny, there's this one doctor that has, you know, I don't know, 10 million followers. He's very well known on YouTube, Dr. Berg. And man, he seemed like such a smart guy, and he still does, except he's a crazy-ass Scientologist. Like, I just can't imagine being stupid enough to be a Scientologist. Holy shit. A religion based on science fiction. Although, much of religion might be based on science fiction. All right. Step 1, get the kale under control. Let's get some of these mushrooms going. Let's see what we got here. Got some brown mushrooms. We'll just do the caps. Yeah. Just like some videos I've seen where you just see food. let's do this. Boy, that's loud. Sorry, it's so loud. Maybe I can be less heavy-handed. That's better, huh? A little more gentle. Boy, it's still noisy. So noisy. Maybe I should bust out that cutting board. The cutting board would be less noisy, that's for sure. But it makes it hard to rip through them, you know what I mean? God, sorry about all that noise. Oh, so noisy. Oh, gee shucks, you know what I mean? Just so noisy. But good times, good times. Gotta love mushrooms with your meat. Magical mushrooms with all their magical properties. I'll tell you what. So noisy, so sorry. So sorry. Okay. All right. And we're done. Okay, let's just get those over here in this pan. And we'll saute the two things side by side next to each other. Adding some garlic and onions and things to things. All right. Let's add some heat to that. And some olive oil. Some olive oil. Maybe you can't see that, what I'm doing over here, by golly. I'll move that thing over here. Come on now. Okay. That's what's going on here. Gee whiz. All right, and we're gonna turn on some heat. Let's do it. Okay, we got heat. We got heat going. Let's get some olive oil in there. Some of these balsamic, fermenting, garlic cloves, some over here with the kale. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, a little bit of onion. A little more of that. Okay, that's a good time. All right. And then let's see, let's get this one. Actually, let's put them next to each other. And then move the camera around. All right. Okay. Now, say hello to my little friend. No. Let's see here. We'll get them both sauteing. Wish I could get them, you know, like this. I guess I could just hold it, but that's not really working. So Let's focus in on the kale. We'll just focus in on one of them for now. Swing. All right. Good times. Good times. Let's get that kale going. All right. And let's add some artichoke hearts. Looks like a good time. Just clear this thing out. All right. Good times. Gee whiz. Heck, son of a gun. Oh, I got some dried onions. Don't have any fresh onions, so I'm gonna add some dry onions because I like onions. Onions like me. Okay, and then what we got here? Some Italian seasoning. Why not? Let's put some rosemary and thyme, some oregano and basil. All right. Some paprika. Let's put some paprika in there. Why not? That looks like a good time. Some over here too. All right. I'd say we are on our way, making some progress. All right. It's getting less poofy. There are mushrooms going. All right, good times. And we're using stuff up. I could add basil, but I think I'll just hold off. Maitake mushroom. Yutake or maitake mushrooms? I don't know. Add some more mushrooms. Some maitake mushrooms. I think it's all edible, huh? All this meat. All this mushroom meat. It's pretty cool. All right. All right. Yeah, that's what we got going over here. See that? Stir that right in with them other mushrooms. That's a good time. Okay. Oh yeah. Get some of this steak. All right, good times. This is just some top round that's been cut not too thin, but won't take but a minute to cook this because it is pretty thin, and I'm making them small strips. I'm gonna add that, I think, to the mushrooms. When this has all been sitting with a combination of things, a little salt and pepper and garlic and you know, things you'd put in a dry rub. Basil, Italian seasoning, whatever you got on hand. A splash of balsamic vinegar again in with the meat. I'm a lover of the balsamic vinegar. And I'm pretty sure it's kind of good for you too. So, all right, putting the meat in. Putting the meat in. All right, meat is in. All right. Now let's see if it's getting stuck here, because this is too hot. Ah. All right, that's exciting. Good times. All right, so let's go bing, bang, boom, like that, like that. Where am I at here? Over here, that one. Down to, okay, down, off. All right, let's just focus on this bad boy right here. Okay. boy, that's nice. All right. All right, I'm just gonna set that. That's cooked enough for now. I can always cook it a little bit more. If I zap it in the microwave, it'll be perfect. All right. All right, good times. All right, everything's off. I got my mushrooms and garlic and steak. Got my kale and garlic and onions and artichoke hearts. We got some pieces to a puzzle coming together. I don't think I'll be putting that Spam in there. Probably tossing that out. I tried to make a good attempt at eating a little bit of Spam. You know, I've got it. I don't want to throw it away. And it seems like the right thing to do. Okay, now let's make the world's greatest burrito. I think I'm just gonna put one on top of the other. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. Let's enjoy that. Okay, here we go. Good times. That's what's happening here. Good times. How could people be unhappy in a world that's so wonderful? It's such a wonderful world. This is part of my problem. That's why my liver's so banged up, because I eat too much, often protein, because I'm such a goddamn good cook. Shit, it's hard for me not to overeat my own cooking. If I only had someone else to cook for, you know, gee whiz. Anyway, oh my gosh, so much fun. Okay, let's set that over here. Let's clean things up a bit. Put it on my ugly face again. All right. So, you know, the easy way out is to just microwave. So I've been buying spinach tortillas for a pretty long time. Really like them, but now that it's oxalates. That's the word I was trying to find again. Oxalates. So many oxalates. Maybe spinach tortillas aren't a good idea. I don't know, but I'm just gonna give them up because I'm gonna stay away from spinach. Because the oxalates. Yeah, bro. If you haven't heard, it's the oxalates, bro. You gotta worry about the oxalates. Yeah, I swear to God. That's what they're saying. That's what all the doctors are saying. All right. Let's take this here tortilla. And I'm gonna put some goat cheese on it. And zap it in the microwave. That's what I'm gonna do. And add some steak and kale and all those other ingredients. And I got protein and cruciferous vegetables. And medium chain triglycerides and C15. You know, you heard of C15? All right. Let's see here. Back on it. Oh, wrong way. I gotta turn the camera around. There we go. Oh, can't see nothing. There we go. Okay. Here's my goat cheese. Big slug of goat cheese. I'm just falling in love with goat cheese. It is so good anyway, but knowing how good it is for you, it's a longevity food. By golly. All right, that's the easy way out right there. Got this over here. Pretty exciting. I'm pretty excited about that. All right, then we're gonna take this one and this bugger, and we're gonna just turn it over. Booyah, look at that. Cherry Barbera. Okay. There's your burrito. A little saucy. It's a little saucy, this burrito. A little juicy. Stick that in the microwave. We'll zap that. Voila. And there you have it. That's what we're doing here tonight. We're cooking up some beef. Some very affordable beef. I got to eat some pretty good steaks growing up. Not as good as I eat always as an adult. All right. So now we'll do this thing where you can see me eat, because I've watched people eat and people do that. I don't know why. It's just kind of weird and funny. But, you know, it kind of is what it is. All right. All right, here we go. Let's see what's going on here. It's just very juicy. Here, I should just, oops. Okay, here we go. Woo! Woo. Hot. That's a good time. Good and good for you. Oh my God. So good. That goat cheese is so good in there. I'm just so happy. I've never eaten so much goat cheese in my life. And when I can find it and feel like paying $9 for a quart, goat milk's pretty good too. And the fact that there's no guilt with it, like with dairy here, I was like, yeah, is it good for me? I don't know. But goat cheese, goat milk, it is good for you apparently. You do know, and that's pretty cool. Oh man, so good. Been needing to use those mushrooms up, so it's exciting to use the mushrooms and the kale. Can't leave that in the fridge if I'm going on vacation or driving 8,000 miles. Isn't really going on vacation entirely. It's my own crazy way of doing it, but it's different than most people's idea. Woo! All right. Good times. Go Kamala. Cheers to you, Kamala. America loves you, Kamala. Or should I say, Vice President Harris. If you're a woman and you haven't registered to vote, register to vote. Quick. Get out there. Let your voice be heard, ladies. Right? Women have been fighting for their rights for so long. They finally get them. And then these sons of bitches want to take your rights away? Not cool. Not to mention they want to take away everything that made high school and college fun. Prophylactics, safe sex, abortions if you fucked up. That's what made college and high school fun. Not having unwanted children. Yeah. And they want to take all that away from our teenagers and 20-year-olds. And that's some crazy shit. Stupid motherfuckers. The goat cheese is like a sauce in there, you know what I mean? It's just so good. So good. All right. Well, gee whiz. Thanks for letting me cook for you. I wish I was actually cooking for you, you know? Someday. I just might have a restaurant. That'd be cool. Although, the one I really want to do, the first one, was the super easy, simple idea. My magic burgers. I made these burgers that kids voluntarily started calling magic burgers because they were so good. And we kind of stored that away, filed that away as the perfect future business. One ingredient, right? Just you make a meat mix, and then that's it, and buns, and that could be a whole food business. The simplest, even simpler than freaking In-N-Out. Anyway, and I wouldn't be doing fries because the oils are bad for you. It's the oils that'll kill you. Those darn omega-6 oils. You gotta stay away. So, all right. Well, my goodness. What else is there to talk about? Let's hope the Democrats win everywhere. In state legislatures, in the Senate, in the House, the presidency. Unfortunately, there's two parties, the left wing and the wrong wing. It's too bad they're so stupid, but maybe someday, I would like to hold out hope that Republicans will someday be less stupid and do all the obviously smart things to do, like also fight for women's rights and clean air and water and, oh God, and our children not being murdered by stupid kids with guns. It is just absurd. All the dumbest shit in the world is everything Republicans always do. It's the saddest shit ever. But, you know, I'm doing my best. All I can do is put my opinion out there too. Hope that it resonates with you. Love my country. Be a good citizen, right? I'm going to commit no crimes and do no harm. And so that's how you can be a good American if you don't understand. And if you've threatened someone recently, well, then you're probably a Republican. And that's not how you be a good American. If you want to be a traitor or Confederate, yeah, just threaten a fellow American or actually do harm to a fellow American. That's how you prove that you ain't worth shit in my country. So do no harm, do no crime. Thanks for watching All Good Things and All Good Time. And if you go out to eat, out to dinner, tip 20%. And if you want to have a good life, don't gamble, man. It's being shoved down your throat everywhere. Just don't do it. No lottery tickets, none of it. It's everywhere. Don't snort nothing. Don't take any pills. They can both kill you now. There's no recreational drugs that are pills or snortable. That's all Russian roulette shit. So don't do it. Don't get drunk. Don't drive drunk. Protect your liver moving forward, right? If you have violent friends, stay away from them. Punish them by never associating with them again. Violent people don't belong in your life. Okay? Stay away from the violent people and avoid the wrong relationships. And by doing less, you'll do more. You'll have a better life. So do less. Don't do any of those things. Commit no crimes. Do no harm. And have a great day. Aloha. Love you guys.